Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I would like to begin our Shravana portion of our Sangha with an invocation to the Gayatri Mantra. If you know it, you're welcome to join along with me. Om Bhur-Bhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. Welcome. I see some guests are joining already. Hello, dear Gregor G. Namaste, dear Kev. Thank you for the heart me. Om Namah Shivaya. Allow me to set the intentions for this space as being a welcoming environment, open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, orientation, ethnicity. Did I say belief system? Because there's a lot of beliefs in the world, and I hope that we find whatever we share in agreement. First and foremost, there's a lot of diversity in life, and that's a beautiful thing. It can lead to a lot of divisiveness, however, as I think we see in a lot of current affairs. So it's my intention for this space not to add to that divisiveness, but to come together as fellow humans, students of life, to relate in one another's experiences, share positive sentiments, and uplift each other. I think the world really needs that from us right now. Or maybe, more accurately, we need to do that for the world right now. Namaste, dear Chloe. And thank you for valuing kindness, dear Joko. If that's how I pronounce your name, you can let me know if there's a better way, or Joso. Thank you, dear Suz. Namaste for your trio of team bracelets. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, dear spiritual vibes, for the heart me that you had sent as well. Ganganapataye Namaha. That means salutations to the one who removes obstacles, ideally as a blessing for any obstacles in your path to be removed. That reminds me, dear Sky Guardian, today is your Guru's birthday, Swami Taratmanandaji. Pujya Swami Taratmananda Saraswati Ji, I should say. Turning 71, which is unbelievable because to me he looks like he could reasonably be in his 40s. And it's incredible that he looks 30 years younger than he is. It's good. It means he may be in our lives for a long time. Profound spiritual teacher of Advaita Vedanta. And I know you had asked some of our Sangis to email him for his birthday, and that's a wonderful thing. Thank you for providing that opportunity for some of the people here. And thank you for those who did send an email his way. Dear Chloe, you share you walked barefoot in the grass today. Good. That's a wonderful thing. Talk about grounding. There's a reason they call the bottoms of our feet our souls. Touching our souls to earth. That's important on many levels. And thanks for sending or sharing the live, dear spiritual vibes. Zenkra, hello. You ask how I'm doing. I am feeling well. This body is healing from a bit of a cold, but I'm happy to be here. Namaste, dear Shelly Belly. You got rain there in California, shares Hybrid Jen. That's important, especially in a place that does not often get rain. Welcome, dear G to Infinity. And thank you, Vlad Makeup Hair, for the subscription again. I continue to look forward to being of service in any way that I can to you and everyone here. Ram Ram. Hello, the Venerable Buddha. Namaskaram, dear Ragnhildar. Yes, this body is mending. Buddha. Namaskaram, dear Ragnhildar. Yes, this body is mending. Assuming I have reconnected, which you can let me know. I hope to be back. Hello, dear Blue Star Sapphire. We're back. Good to know. Thank you for letting me know. I was going to say thank you for any patience involved in having to deal with my body today, in terms of taking a moment to cough or blow my nose. I will mute myself before I do that, so it's not too alarming for anyone. Dear Mender, you wonder how old I am? Well, I, like yourself, at the highest level, of course, are as ageless as anyone else, given that the consciousness that we are has not come into being and will not go out of being. But we are caretakers of an instrument of that consciousness called our bodies. And this body is 23. In terms of the trips it's had around the star in the center of our solar system that we call the sun. Dear Arlodo Potato, or Arloda Potato, you wonder if there will ever be another math video or content in the future. I have not planned anything of that sort. For me, the math content was an expression of my interests at that moment, and my interests have changed as I grow. There will always be a soft spot in my heart for mathematics, but this channel will always be an expression of myself, first and foremost. And thank you for your follow, dear Gwym Weeper. And thank you for your good night wishes, dear Anna. You know what I like about many places around the world is that good night can be a greeting. In English, we often say good night when we're leaving as a way of saying goodbye. But something I've learned just being live and having people from international audiences is that good night can be a way of saying hello. And I think that's pretty cool. A little shift in perspective from seeing night not as a time of departure necessarily, but a time of communion too. Thank you for your perfume, dear Hybrid Jen. And I hope to fill the aroma with the sweetness in your heart and everyone's heart. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Of course, not literally. I'm not sure what the heart literally smells like. I'm not sure if I want to know. But you'd have to ask a surgeon, a heart surgeon. What does the heart smell like? Who knows, maybe it is just as fragrant as I imagine metaphorically. Sweetness emanating from our heart. Oh, welcome, dear Eddie. I want to be here too. Good evening, Code Man. Good day, dear Kev. And Anna, you share a few times that you've said good night here. Someone goes, bye-bye. Yeah. And thank you, Arloda Potato, for your understanding. Yes, what does the fox sound like, and what does the heart smell like? These are the questions that will keep us up at night. Smells like passion, shares Hybridgen. Iron, because blood, that makes a lot of sense, shares Cat's Life. Yeah. Yeah. Dear Maya, you wonder about my hair care routine. My hair care routine could certainly have some improvement, given that there's a lot more care in my hair that I could be taking. At the moment, I just shower, and I've been trying out showering without any shampoo or conditioner, and just seeing what happens if you just shower with water. I've heard that sometimes it can take a few days or weeks of showering before your hair kind of starts looking healthy just based off water, but that's what I've been doing for about a month now, I think, and I think it's not so bad. I honestly can't tell much of a difference. Dear Naughty Mandan, you wonder if I still have the formula for the Mandelbrot fractal that I found. You have a great memory. Do I still have the formula? Not off the top of my head, but yeah, it's still in the program as the default program, the default equation for the fractal program. I could find it. And hello, dear teacher Lorraine. I'm not sure what knowledge I have to share, but I'm happy to share my experience if it is worth anyone's time. You're a 1D Eddie, but you've been called Eddie your whole life. Well, now I wonder. It must not be pronounced Eddie then, if you point that out. So, would that make you Edie? Are you Edie? That's right. The purpose of shampoo is to remove oils. If your hair is not unnecessarily oily, then why do you need to remove that? I think it's kind of funny that the common hair care routine is you remove the oils and then you just add the oils. That's what shampoo does. Shampoo removes the oils and then conditioner just adds the oils back. So who's to say that nature isn't already providing the right oils from our body? Why do we need different oils if we're just replacing them with the oils in our conditioner? And that's a genuine question. I'm sure if someone knows a lot more about the biology of our scalp, that there may be good reasons for this, of course. Of course, there's other things in our hair that we have to wash out, like smog, shares ZDS. That's a good point. Yes. Certainly smoke is captured by our hair. Absolutely too. And you know, anyone who's been around a campfire, your hair smells like that campfire until you wash it. So what's in the air definitely seems to have an effect on our hair as well. That's true for smoke as it is for moisture content in the air. Yeah, anyway. Don't expect to start our live stream off discussing the nuances of hair. Hair is a beautiful thing, a way to express ourselves, and our scalp health is important to consider. Nonetheless, I think there's room for some further discussion as we continue through our live stream. Oh my goodness, I don't sound well at all, shares Michelle. I am well, but I am recovering from a cold. I'm just a little stuffed up, and that's okay. It is the natural process of health. But yes, I could be drinking more tea. And hello, dear angel. Now I would like to read from another chapter of the Hollywood to Himalayas with you. We're at the second last chapter of this book, so I'm sure we're going to get some of the most distilled spiritual truths coming here at the end of the story of dear Sadhvi, Bhagavati Saraswati. And I'm sure that there will be parts that are applicable to everyone. Yeah, we're almost done the book. We are in the 47th chapter now. This chapter is called Life Choices. May this reading relax you and deepen the peace in your heart. Let's dive right into it. One of the most common ways I hear myself introduced at public gatherings is as someone who has left everything to live her life in India, or someone who has left everything for spirituality. As the form of my day-to-day seva, selfless service, shifted from secretarial and administrative to teaching, leading, and bigger picture planning, I found myself on more and more stages. Despite the availability of my biographical information in a variety of places on the internet, MCs tend to emphasize the sacrificial nature of the choices I've made. Audiences, even before I give my address, clap loudly at the idea that someone who had it all voluntarily gave it up just for spirituality and service. I appreciate the importance of this dramatic story and the deep impact it has on people, especially those running after more and more. By seeing me as someone who had it, quote-unquote, then gave it up, quote-unquote, it may awaken in them an awareness that perhaps money, prestige, and possessions are not what's most important. And even though I love the idea of people getting that lesson, when I hear this story being told by an MC, I feel a knot in my stomach. At first, I thought it was false humility, but over the years I've come to realize that the knot in my stomach is my truth compass. It forms because the story isn't true. The facts are true. I grew up in Hollywood and come from privilege, but I did not make the decision to live as a renunciant in an ashram in India as a sacrifice. I did not push away a life of material possessions or sacrifice a life as a professional or a wife or an academic in America or anywhere. I grabbed onto a life that offered and has provided a happiness I never knew before and most likely would not have found had I not listened to the call of the river goddess Ganga and the voice I heard telling me to stay. In a series of moments in September 1996, I chose to stay back at the ashram when my then husband Jim went to the mountains, to come back to the ashram from Mussoorie when he went to Lucknow, or Mussoorie, I'm not sure how to pronounce this name, when he went to Lucknow to be here in Rishikesh rather than anywhere else in India and then in the world. I chose this not as a sacrifice, but because it offered me true happiness. And although the initial years were difficult for him, this decision actually ended up offering my then husband Jim true happiness as well. He has married a wonderful woman and has a beautiful family and life that fulfill him deeply too. We have reconnected as friends over the years, and his friendship is a true blessing. As I think about my life and the lives of everyone I know and those I observe but don't know, I see that everything we do is ultimately to make us happy. Sometimes we choose immediate gratification. Sometimes we are able to put off the immediate for the long term. We grin and bear it through school because we need a good education to get the job we want. And we believe that job will make us happy. Or we tolerate a job we don't like because we need it to make money, and we believe money, or the things that money can provide us and our families, will make us happy. There are infinite possibilities, but all we do ultimately is what we think will make us happy. We diet to lose weight so we'll look better and feel happy. We go through pregnancy, childbirth, and child rearing because we believe our children will make us happy. We sacrifice for our spouses, children, and family members because A, feeling like a good husband or wife, father or mother makes us happy, or B, because when our loved ones are happy, it gives us happiness. Even the social service or volunteer work we do, which seems so selfless, is still ultimately for our own happiness. To be of service to others, to feel my life is meaningful and beneficial to others, makes me happy. Hence, I serve. So even the most quote-unquote selfless decision we make is still ultimately one we make for our own happiness. We've been indoctrinated to believe that doing something for our own happiness is selfish and bad. It isn't. Happiness is our birthright. We get to choose how we'll go about it. We get to choose whether we want our happiness on a superficial level, constantly fluctuating between eating chocolate ice cream or buying a new handbag, whether we're looking for a deeper happiness through choices that bring about a more consistent joy, or whether we yearn for an even deeper level of happiness through embarking on a spiritual path, doing yoga, meditating, praying, connecting with the divine. We can choose all three. They're not mutually exclusive. We can enjoy chocolate and long-term choices and be steeped in spiritual truth. We also get to choose the way we interact with our own happiness. For me, living the life I do in India is the choice that brought me the greatest happiness. It's a sacrifice of some things, sure, but we always have to do that. In order to enjoy an Indian meal, you have to sacrifice enjoying Thai food that night. In order to enjoy being a parent, you have to sacrifice enjoying the freedom of being unencumbered by children. For me, in order to enjoy my life in India, I had to sacrifice enjoying life in America. But it's a choice I made and continue to make every day, not from a place of sacrifice, but from an embrace of a life I deeply believe is the best choice for me, for my own happiness. Life offers us different quote-unquote packages from which we can choose to co-create our best, most open, engaged, connected, fulfilling, meaningful life possible. There are no right or wrong choices. Every option can be a right option depending on how you interact with it. The only wrong decision is to assume you can have it all. I chose the package of being a sannyasi, a renunciant, in India, a package that doesn't include a husband or children or a nuclear family, but it's a choice that brings me deep happiness and the awareness that happiness is a choice, not only in big picture decisions, but in every moment of every day. This book is about the presence of grace, how grace entered my life, It may enter your life in an entirely different way, but grace is available to all. Grace does not discriminate. Grace flows into us not because of what we have done, just because it is grace. Grace is what flows into and through our hearts and washes through us. It fills us more fully than any food, intoxicant, or material object. Grace doesn't care whether we have status, whether we meditate, whether we've stuck to our diet, whether we're married or divorced, rich or poor, white or black or brown, overweight or skinny. Grace requires only that there be space in us which it can flow. There is a story of the young man who goes to a faraway land in order to become enlightened. He asks everyone where the most enlightened teacher is, and they all point to the guru on the mountain top. So the young man walks for days, fords a river, climbs to the peak, and finally walks into the cave where the guru is meditating. He bows at the guru's feet and explained that he has come for enlightenment. He tells the guru all that he's learned, everything he's practiced, the many books he's read, the multitude of his experiences, including his struggles and challenges. When he finishes, the guru invites him to have a cup of tea. The guru goes to the back of the cave and returns with a teapot and 2 cups. He begins pouring tea into one of the cups and keeps pouring as the cup gets more and more full and eventually starts to overflow. And the guru continues to pour. "Stop!" the young man exclaims. "What are you doing? The cup can't hold anymore." "Ah," the guru says quietly and puts down the teapot. "The cup is like your mind, so full of who you think you are, what you've done and learned, what you need, and there's no room for me to offer you anything. As the cup cannot hold any more tea, your mind cannot receive until you ingest what you already have, until you empty your cup." This is a book about emptying, letting go of who we think we are so we can experience who we really are, letting go of our stories, our identification with this or that aspect of ourselves, those things that are agreed on by others and those that are not true. When we let go of all we are not, we can step into the truth of who we are, which is expansive love, divine consciousness, spirit, truth, oneness, and perfection. For true healing, we need to dwell in the presence and in love with the fullness of our experience. Many spiritual biographies, especially from Eastern traditions, are about men born into pious families who knew from an early age that their son was special. These boys came out of the womb enlightened, or at least already on a well-trodden spiritual path. This is not my story. First, I am not a man. When I was 13 and writing my bat mitzvah speech, Frank, my dad of the heart, suggested an opening line. In traditional bar mitzvah ceremonies, a 13-year-old Jewish boy solemnly declares, "Today I am a man." Frank, always ready with a joke, gave me a perfect beginning. "Today I am not a man." The opening line brought laughter and applause at my bat mitzvah and still feels poignant, although not as funny today. I am not a man, and there was no indication in my infancy or childhood that I was spiritually awake or even inclined towards spirituality. I enjoyed school and sports and parties with my friends. I took art classes, built a dark room to print black and white photos, and got a black belt in karate. I spent summers at a camp where we rode and went water skiing and snuck into the boys' cabins at night. The goal of spiritual practice is freedom. Freedom from ignorance and illusion. Freedom to know and be who we really are. Through opening to the divine in India, through giving it all to Mother Ganga, through receiving and offering satsang, I have found freedom from all the ways I had identified, the ways I thought I was unworthy, not enough, tainted, impure, or deficient. And I know now that this freedom is available to all. I hope this book is an opening for you, that it helps you realize that there are alternatives to feeling depressed, stressed, jealous, and frustrated, and that it encourages you to find alternatives to tune into your own inner divinity or inner voice and feel the resonance of speaking and acting from the truth of who you are. It's possible to reboot, to be free of the ideas and identities that keep you stuck. Changing the filter and seeing ourselves anew can change everything. I still get angry and frustrated and afraid and find myself yearning for something or dreading something, and in those moments I've learned to stay present with the feeling, the experience, and not push it away. I see what I can when I can. I have learned to be interested in my anger, my frustration, and embrace it as an opportunity to go deeper. This too is the voice of God, and sometimes it's enough to just let the emotions or feeling states blow across my awareness like a wispy cloud on a windy day. At the end of The Wizard of Oz, Toto, Dorothy's dog, pulls back the curtain and exposes that the terrifying, dominating wizard is just a small man with a great projector. Like a film, DVD, or PowerPoint projector. Behind the screen, with his projector, he pretends to be huge and powerful, but face to face, without his screen or projector, he is a manageable, not very large man. Much of what causes us to suffer is like that. If we run from it, or turn our back, or try to deny it, it stays behind the curtain of unconsciousness and feels like a monster. But when we muster the courage to face it, pull back the curtain, stare it in the face and say, "Okay, show me," most of the pain and anxiety dissipate immediately. This is a teaching in the Upanishads. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishyate. It says that everything in the universe is pervaded by the divine. There is nothing, no one, and no place that is not pervaded by the divine. That includes me, and it includes you. Spirituality does not take us away from the world. It brings us closer to it. Spirituality is awakening from the illusion that who we are is based on what we earn or achieve into the reality that we already embody the divine. I hope this book opens the space in your heart and mind for your own awakening. That is my prayer and intention. And that is not the beginning of the book, but very near to the end. Next time we'll read the very last chapter. Thank you for listening. Namaste. I have been honored to read that book with you over the past several weeks. And I look forward to what future truths we have to unbox from that book and many more. That concludes our Shravana portion of our Sangha, dedicated to listening. And now my heart turns from reading to listening to all of you. And so I hope to do just that as we continue into our middle portion called Manana. So welcome everyone who joined while we were reading. Om Shanti. There the oracle reads. Happy you liked that chapter, dear Doom Knight. Thank you for listening, Hari. Kyle has a good joke for us. I forgot the Roman numerals for 1, 1000, 51, 6, and 500. I am livid. L-I-V-I-D. Thank you. I, for one, like Roman numerals. Justin, you wonder if it was the Sri Isopanishad where that quote comes from. That's a great question. We can quickly check, as that answer is only a Google search away. It is from the Ishopanishad, also known as the Isha Upanishad, if you don't use the grammatical rule of combining the inner A and U to form O, making Ishopanishad. Very impressive that you know that, dear Justin. Thank you for sharing the live, dear Michelle. Dear Sauron, you ask if this is very appropriate for Sauron. This is a very Sauronic question. Does love and light leave us ignorant to the darkness that surround us? Love and light is something that should bring us into contact with the darkness, for darkness is the very space through which light shines. Wherever there is darkness, there's the possibility of illumination. And so let the darkness around us bring us in deeper contact with the light that it can hold coming from our heart. Now, let me take a moment. Thank you, Sauron, for that question. Let me take a moment to thank those who sent a gift while we were reading too. Thank you, dear Laura, for the rose you sent. Ram Ram. And dear Anna, thank you for your heart me. Hare Krishna. Hello, dear 31 planes of existence. Janine, you ask, how do you stop the world or people around you from dragging your spirit down? You can't stop the world or the people around you from doing anything. But we can stop ourselves from feeling like the state of the world is a reflection of us, and that includes the people. In actuality, your spirit can never be brung down because it is the Most High. It is said in the opening lines of Genesis that God made the world such that spirit hovers over the surface of the water. This is an ancient metaphor for the position of your spirit over the ocean of suffering that is this existence. This means that no suffering can truly bring you down. It can only affect one's mind and body. And that's important still, because our body and mind are the instrument for our spirit, but the spirit itself remains untouched. Keeping that in your awareness, that knowledge, helps you act from a place which does not assume that you could be brought down. That shapes our actions such. And when we act from a position where we know that we are something that cannot be brought down, then that idea itself is not going to fester in our mind and continue to bring down the state of our mind. Our mind status can certainly be brought down. Fortunately, you are above even that as the mind. The practicality of this is to know that the world is full of problems and the people in it, not because something has gone wrong, but because you, in your destiny, are meant to uplift the world around you. That is why there appears to be a hierarchy, that you are up here and the world is down here, and you're worried about the world bringing you down, but that's not the nature of the way things work. You are always up here. Your duty is to bring things up. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for the garland headpiece that you had sent to. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. And dear Avant-Garde, thank you for your finger heart. Radhe, Radhe. Dear Grace is just singing. You ask, what happens when we die? When we die, a lot of our suffering becomes shared by those around us, and our loved ones grieve, and in that process of that grief, we move into their hearts from one body to another. And thank you for finding beauty here, dear Suzaramo. Dear Strung by Stacy, you have been feeling less than shiny, so perhaps that's why you are drawn here. Well, I hope to be a mirror to reflect only that which shines within you. Dear the letter V, you ask if I think there's an instance in which lying could be good. To me, the ultimate ethical principle is known by one word in Sanskrit, and that's Ahimsa. It was popularized by Gandhi in the, was it a civil rights movement? I don't know how to classify the movement that Gandhi did. Anyway, to fight against the oppression of the British imperialization of India, he chose a peaceful kind of protesting called Ahimsa, and that became translated as non-violence. So he chose a non-violent means of protest. Anyway, that translation for Ahimsa has caught on, and so the ultimate ethical principle is commonly misunderstood to mean non-violence. Problem with that translation is that there's many ethical things to do which are not violent, but still may be harmful. There are plenty of things that you shouldn't do that are not violent, but still can be harmful. So a better translation of that root, himsa, should be harm. And lying can be a form of harm, without a doubt. At least most of the time it is harmful. But that prefix, a, doesn't just mean the absolute negation of harm, because that's just not possible all of the time. So many times do we have to make a choice between something that causes harm and something else that also causes harm. For example, you can choose between eating meat or eating plants, but you cause harm to either the animal or the plant. So the question of any ethical dilemma shouldn't be what causes no harm, but what causes the least harm. And that's a very subjective question. If there ever is a situation in which being honest would cause more harm, then that would be an example where perhaps it would be better to lie. But maybe in such a case we wouldn't call it lying. Maybe we call that a white lie. Like if someone says, I love you, and you really don't feel like you love them in that moment, but you know it would cause them much more harm than is necessary to not say I love you, you would say I love you. Even if in that moment it's a little bit of a lie. Ultimately, it's a balance. What causes the least harm and what causes the most healing. But we also have to think about the long-term component of things too. Things can be harmful in the short term, but healthy in the long term. And things can be unhealthy in the short term, or healthy in the short term, but unhealthy in the long term too. We should, in general, favor long-term health, just as we should favor long-term satisfaction and fulfillment over instant gratification, and that can be an important factor to consider as well. This is my opinion. Thank you, dear Jay, for the dancing flower that you had sent a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And dear Babel Fishy, thank you for your trio of roses. Om Kring Kali Kaye Namaha. What a beautiful sentiment that 31 planes of existence had shared. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. And thank you for sharing a healing journey with so many, dear Curly Fry. Dear Sakshi, you ask, do I follow the Bhagavad Gītā or the Veda? There are many parts of it which I follow. Many parts of which I don't follow. You know, in the Vedas, this ancient tradition of spiritual revelation, it is separated into two parts. One part is called the Karma Kanda, and the other part is called the Jnana Kanda. I'm sure many of you have heard of the word karma before, so you already know a little bit about what the first part's about. The first part of the Vedas deal with primarily ritual and religion, talking about various ways of praying, sacrifices, yajnas, methods of attaining material success, etc. The second part of the Vedas, called the Jnana Kanda, Kanda meaning part, by the way, Jnana meaning wisdom, concerns just that, the spiritual component that transcends the karmas, the activities. There are many parts of the Karma Kanda that are overturned in the Jnana Kanda. For example, the Karma Kanda teaches us how to attain heaven. But the Jnana Kanda tells us that heaven is still a materialistic goal. And that's according to the highest definition of materialism, which means anything that can be attained only temporarily. Heaven, according to the Vedas, is only a temporary attainment because it has a beginning, and the logic of the Vedas say that anything that has a beginning also has an end. Now, it might be very, very long, which indeed it is. They say a stay in heaven can be like billions and trillions of years. It's effectively eternity. But even at the end of that, we return back to earth. And so the Jnana Kanda says If you really want something that is truly permanent, then we have to go searching for something that's even beyond heaven. And that's a powerful idea. And that is known as moksha, liberation. The Bhagavad Gītā tells us how to do just that. As such, it's often referred to as the fifth Veda, as there are traditionally only 4. Bhagavad Gītā is kind of the ultimate distillation of the Jnana-kanda portion of the Vedas, leading us to ultimate liberation. I actually have it right next to me. I've been sitting an inch away from it. Maybe we can read a verse from it. This is a great few verses. Wow, this is a wonderful page that I've opened up to, talking about why it's important for spiritual people to still uphold their worldly duties. Whatever a person of authority does, the common people also do. Whatever they uphold as the standard, the world pursues. Therefore, O Partha, there is no work prescribed for me as the divine. This is the divine speaking. In the 3 worlds, heaven, earth, and the lower realms, nor do I have anything to obtain, yet even I engage myself in action. For if I ever fail to engage myself continually in action, being vigilant, O Partha, all people will imitate my way in every respect. If I do not perform actions, all these worlds will be ruined. I would be the cause of confusion of prescribed duties among the various classes, and would thus ruin all beings. As the ignorant performs actions with attachment to rewards, O descendant of Bharata, the wise must do so without attachment, wishing for the welfare of the masses. A wise person should never disturb the mind of the ignorant who are attached to their prospective rewards or actions. Rather, themselves working with devotion, they should engage them in their duties. This is a very ancient scripture, but still applicable today. That's from the 3rd chapter, all about the nature of karma. I'm happy to hear of your interest in the Bhagavad Gītā, dear Sakshi. Your name is a beautiful Sanskrit word itself, meaning witness. And one of the most beautiful meditations is known as Sakshi Bhava, which means getting into the bhava, the sentiment, the feeling of Sakshi, just being a witness. I see you have some other questions. I will attend to them in a moment. But thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for the 11 roses you had sent minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And speaking of Hari, thank you for your tiny yippee. Thank you, dear Leva Sharif, for your rose, finger heart, ice cream cone, and trio of roses. As well as another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 roses, if I counted that right. Maybe you sent 10 or 11. I'm going to assume you sent that many, so I'm going to thank you for even more. As I certainly don't want to undercount, just in case. And you also sent another finger heart. Radhe, Radhe. Dear Jill, you share that your puppy Simon Aladdin turned 1 today. Oh, how wonderful that is. Thank you for sharing that, dear Jill. And how honored you must be to have such a wonderful pup bring so much love and liveliness into your life. And how Simon Aladdin is blessed to have such a caring person in their life. Dear Tammy, long-time silent watcher, well, thank you for raising your voice. It's good to be heard. Thank you for being here. Of course, it's never expected. And thank you for sharing the live, dear Jessica. Thank you, dear Hari, for another rose. Ram Ram, and dear Isabella, for your finger heart. Hare Krishna and Tattvamasi, thank you for your quintet of roses. Jaya Ramana Maharshi. It's a very cute name for a pup. Simon Aladdin, I like that a lot. Alright, dear Sakshi, you had asked, what do you do when you feel guilty about doing something after it's done? Do we go to God for forgiveness, even when you know you have repeated it? Yeah, you can. It's never a bad thing to turn to the divine, even if you've done it 100 million times before. The divine is always open to receiving prayers. That's kind of the purpose of prayer, is to turn to someone or something that will always listen to you unconditionally. You know, you'll never hear the divine say, no, stop. No more praying, not listening to you anymore. Part of the point of that silence that you hear is just pure unconditional listening. You know, you feel understood. There's never a hand being raised going, shut up. No more repentance. I no longer believe in you. You're on your own. That's not the way of prayer. That's not the way of the divine. So don't worry. You're always welcome to do just that. And always believe in yourself too. There's a beautiful another verse in the Bhagavad Gītā that would be very applicable. I wonder if I can find it for you. It's really funny too, in my opinion, where Arjuna is saying to the divine, "Oh Lord, I just can't seem to control my mind no matter what I do." And the divine agrees. The divine's like, yeah, you're right. It's a very difficult thing. So if you ever feel like the divine does not understand what it's like to be human, we have an opportunity to refine our understanding. Let's see. If I can't find it, that's okay. I don't want to waste your time. But if I can find it, I think it would be very funny. I can't find it at the moment, but it's at the beginning of one of the chapters where Arjuna says, "Oh Lord, it seems impossible to be able to control the mind." And Lord Krishna says, "Oh, you are right. Yes, it is very impossible, very hard indeed, but if you continue to strive diligently, it is possible." That is the essence of it. Now, someone who is definitely not an Indian tells me to stop desecrating their texts. This is perhaps one of the things that's very obvious if you've ever experienced Indian spirituality, is that it's universal. It's a gift to the whole world. The idea that any spiritual text is only to be heard by any population in particular and not outside, that comes from outside India. That comes from colonialism. Unfortunately, a part of that has infected India too, because India has faced colonialism. But truthfully, you should be affirmed that the nature of spirituality, as exemplified by Indian spirituality, is something that everyone gets to participate in. Such is why we read a book from a most wonderful American woman who ended up falling in love with the spirituality of India, and in India being taken care of one of the most revered gurus from the Paramart Niketan ashram. Dear Sheila, you ask, would I be upset if I found out that Christianity was the true religion? That's a great question. For somebody who believes that their religion is true, but not others, you have not yet opened up your heart and mind to the point of being able to truly understand that there is no truth that cannot be exemplified in multiple ways. Christianity is true, but so is Hinduism and Buddhism and Judaism and Islam, etc. And yet none of them are absolutely true in the sense of overruling any other truth. The secret ingredient in truth is being able to become more kind, more compassionate, more understanding, more helpful to other human beings and animals and Mother Nature. That is the nature of the divine. Here's a great question. How would we know if a religion is true? It's an important question. Suppose we can go with the thought experiment. Let's suppose there is a religion that is true. And maybe that implies there are others that aren't. What would make a religion true? What would make it? Of course, the text of any religion is going to affirm itself. If you read the Bible, of course, the Bible is going to say that this is a true text. But the same is true if you read the Quran. The same is true if you read the Buddha Sutras. The same is true if you read the Vedas. And any practitioner or holy figure in such a belief system is also going to say that it's true. So, how can we know a religion is true from a more objective basis? Because we can't just rely on a text saying it is so, or a person saying it is so, even if they are a holy figure. Because in any religion, their texts and holy figures are going to also say just that. Therefore, there must be some other criteria. And I leave that open. I'm not going to assume that I know what it takes for a religion to be true or not, but I will provide my own personal opinion. And my personal opinion is that a religion is not true, nor is it false. All we can do is look to the practitioners individually and ask, is this person becoming more kind, more compassionate, more loving, more honest? And if that's the case, then I think they are successfully going higher in their spiritual journey. And what I love about that criteria is that it's independent from any religion. because you can see that that criteria is checked in many Christians, in many Jews, in many Muslims, in many Buddhists, in many Hindus. There are people from every religion that appear to be getting kinder and more compassionate and honest and loving, etc., as they embark on their path. So that means they're definitely on the right path. But yet, there's also people who are in the very same religions that don't appear to be getting kinder and more compassionate and patient, etc. So what does that say? To me, that tells us that the path is very individual based. That one individual can benefit from one path, but another individual might not from the very same teachings. And one individual may benefit from one path and not from another set of teachings. So to me, the diversity in religion is not a matter of figuring out which is right for everyone, but for you. Which one makes you more kind and caring and compassionate and loving, etc.? Whatever one that makes you do that, that's the one that's right for you, because then you certainly know that you're on the right path. That's the purpose, isn't it? The highest point of following any tradition is to succeed in your spiritual journey, and whatever path allows you to succeed, that's the one that's right for you. And thank you for understanding, everyone. And thank you for asking such an important question, dear Sheila. Now, I also apologize for those who sent a gift that I hadn't attended to in terms of acknowledging. Thank you, dear Strung by Stacy, for the hat and mustache that you had sent, and for your patience in waiting for me to acknowledge. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Dear Janine, thank you for your rose and rosette. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, dear Sheti, for your 20 roses. Om Namah Shivaya. And dear Hybrid Jen, thank you for your star. Ram Ram. And thank you, Dan Hao-Yu, for your heart me. Om Kring Kali Kaye Namha. Dear Rob, you wonder if I'm only on here for gifts or true enlightenment through questioning. I'm here to serve you in the best that I can, and I will happily answer questions if they come from someone who gives anything or not. And you can test me on that simply by being here without giving me anything, and I promise that I will attend to you entirely with the same compassion that I would give anyone else. Gifts are never expected, but because people do have the ability to give them, I would hate for anyone to give them and not be acknowledged, as I would hate to give something someone and them not acknowledge that. So, speaking of which, thank you, dear Chris, for the heart me, ice cream cone, TikTok, and rose that you had sent to. Ram Ram. And dear Jill, thank you for your trio of roses and tiny tiny. Yippee! And thank you for understanding, dear Rob, and asking such a question. You want to know my opinion on multi-dimensional beings? I think we are those multi-dimensional beings. What it means to be is nothing in particular, as there are many ways to be. Each way can be seen mathematically as a dimension. Mathematically, a dimension is just any independent degree of freedom. They come in many different forms. There are spatial dimensions, up and down, forward and backward, left and right. Those are 3 independent spatial dimensions. Different frequencies, yeah. There are temporal dimensions, like before and after. There are chromatic dimensions, like hue, saturation, brightness. There are other physical properties that can be realized as their own dimensions, like the curvature of space-time in a 5th dimension, or the amount of electric charge at any point, or magnetic flux. But there are very human dimensions too, very personal dimensions, like dimensions of peace, dimensions of kindness, dimensions of ingenuity, dimensions of creativity. I think we all can realize these characteristics as kinds of dimensions. Maybe that's not exactly what is being asked, but I think in a very real sense, all of these aspects of a being can be seen as dimensions, and therefore these beings that we are multidimensional. And thank you for your rose. Radhe Radhe. Thank you, Jill, again, and dear Emma, for your trio of roses you sent earlier. Hare Krishna. We are multidimensional, indeed. There are 31 planes of existence. You saw a symbol for samsara, and you give the emoji that looks like a red circle. Then you saw a symbol of nirvana. Infinities. Could they be the same, just twisted? I love that. Yeah, topologically, you could certainly realize the infinity symbol as just taking a regular circle, twisting it over itself. We could have fun with this symbolism. A circle, all the energy is going in one direction, clockwise or counterclockwise. In a figure 8, around each of the circles is a different direction, clockwise and counterclockwise. So maybe you could realize that as balance. That from a perspective, we can twist samsara to appearing as something that truly is in balance, whereas before we saw it as something that was not balanced. For example, previously we could look at the world before us as in a state of tragedy. Much more darkness exists in the world than light. Or we can twist that, not out of proportion, not twisting reality into something it's not, but twisting our view to see it from another perspective, such that all of the darkness in the world is perfectly balanced with the opportunity for light. And that light is not a part of the world like the darkness is, but a part of us. If we understand ourselves as something unique to the world, then all the darkness is balanced by the light that exists within us. So the world hasn't changed, just the understanding of ourself has changed. And thus samsara, the nature of the world of endless suffering, becomes nirvana, a place of perfection, because all of that suffering is also equivalently seen as a place to be of help, to be of service, And what being doesn't want to be like that? Our highest nature is to be servants, is to be helpers. And so the world exists as it is to inspire our highest nature. That's nirvana. Thanks, the dear Laura R, for the tiny that you sent. Yippee! Thank you, 31 Planes of Existence, for such a fun idea, and thank you for the flowers that you had sent too. Om Shri Mahalakshmi Namaha. Dear Sleepy, you wonder about the Gateway tapes. I have heard of them. What would you like to know about them? And what do they mean to you? Thank you, dear Bobby Sue, for the subscription. I'm honored to be a part of this community. And I look forward to being able to continue in my journey with you. Thank you for that, and thank you, the link below, for your subscription too. That also is certainly never necessary as a requirement for me to be of any service as I can, but thank you nonetheless for supporting the community. I hope to return all the value that you see in it and more. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. That's a great quote from Hanuman, dear Bubbles. When I don't know what I am, I serve you. Dear Sleepy, you share that your soul craves liberation from the cycle, but your mind has learned to enjoy the temporary. There is wisdom in both. I'm sorry that this body is a little gross at the moment, being sick, but I appreciate your patience. Yes. The cycle is not the fact that we do take birth and die. The suffering comes from a cycle of our identity rather than our body. In my belief, there will always be a body. They say that people who have reached liberation do not return to the world. But I realize that as a metaphor, as so many spiritual teachings are. And the metaphor is that their identification no longer returns to be dependent on anything of the world. The world may still occur to them, but they are no longer in it. They look at the body, they look at the world around them, their house, their family, their possessions, and they know that they are something not defined by them. And that is true escape. So we can still have a temporary experience in terms of things coming and going and enjoy life. But now we enjoy life not because we mistake any part of it for permanence, but because of the temporariness that it gives value to that which comes and goes. The preciousness of life comes in the fact that everything is always new, ever fresh, turning over. So samsara and nirvana don't have to be seen as the world and some hypothetical place that's beyond the world, physically speaking. But metaphorically speaking, samsara is identification with the world, and then identification with something that pervades the whole world. Nothing in your experience changes, but the way in which you experience it, that's what changes. This is my opinion. Thank you, dear Marmander, for the heart mead, little crown that you had sent to. Ram Ram. And thank you for everyone's well wishes for my body's health. And thank you, dear Dunvork, for finding wisdom here. It's been a while. As always, any wisdom shared comes from a place much, much larger than this personality, place that we all share. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your paper crane and rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Varudharaya. Dear Doom Knight, thank you for your tiny yippee. And Angie Crazy, thank you for your ice cream cone. Om Shri Hanumate Namaha. Dear Mermander, you ask, how do you love your family or pets without attachment? That's a great question. I think the difficulty in answering this question is that we can use the word attachment in many ways, and there are many ways in which we should definitely be attached to the things we love. And when we talk of spiritual truths that go beyond attachment, it's of a different kind, mostly. The ways in which we should be attached to our pets is we should be attached to our responsibility of caring for them. We should be attached to the idea that we can make for them a happy life. We should be attached to all of our duties surrounding them and giving them lots of love. That's part of our duty. So when we bring in the spiritual teaching of non-attachment, it's of a different kind of attachment. You still get to love them and pet them and kiss them and think about them. None of that changes, I don't think. What changes is that we're just aware of the fact that, well, we live a life that is probably going to outlive them. And so somewhere in our heart, we keep an awareness on the fact that we'll have to say goodbye. And it's not a bad thing to keep that in mind. The sadness is going to be there, of course. But if we don't think about that, we're still going to have to deal with the sadness, the reality of that eventually. The way to live a peaceful life is simply to be constantly kind of dealing with that, rather than repressing that idea until we have to deal with it. That we are aware at all times, as much as we can, that this moment we have with them will pass. And that helps us be non-attached in a spiritual sense. That means when the time that they do leave our life, that we're not taken aback by that. We're just not surprised. And so the suffering that comes from the shock of that is no longer something that affects us. So we don't change the way in which we love them, but we do add to the awareness of the preciousness of this moment. And the same can be true for people in our lives. That we love them, that never changes, but we keep an awareness that this relationship is going to evolve over time, and at some point our physicality may leave or their physicality may leave, and we have to be ready for that. That's all. The practicality of that is you always say I love you, because you never know when you won't have another opportunity with your mouth and their ears. You know, you never leave anything unresolved. We hear every now and then of stories of people who get in an argument with someone and then they pass away. And you think, oh my goodness, how do you deal with the fact that there was something unresolved? Well, the best cure is prevention. We can learn from these stories that we should never leave something unresolved. We should always have room for acceptance and love. But still, it doesn't mean those people who have to deal with that are out of luck either. It's just another teaching that they have to learn. But from them, we can learn the preciousness of our relationships. Thank you, Mahina, for your 20 roses and paper crane. Om Kring Kali Kaye Namaha. Yes, applying that to pets. Always give belly rubs and smooches. Shares Doomnight. Yeah. Sometimes I remember to keep that in mind. You know, my cat is meowing for attention and I think, you know, I'm in the middle of something. But then I think, you know what? I don't know how long they're going to be in my life. You know, maybe that meow carries with it the truth that one day I'm not going to be here. And you're going to live a long time after my death. And I hope that while I'm in your life that we get to have as much fun as we can together. And if you keep that in mind, oh my goodness, then it doesn't matter what you're doing. You're definitely going and playing with your pet. Right? I think that's the nature of non-attachment. Is that we're not attached to any illusion of a permanent reality that, oh, we can always do something later. No, sometimes now is the moment, now is the chance, so we take advantage of that. I think our author, Sadhvi Bhagavati Saraswati, has touched on that in our book a few times in previous chapters. Thank you, dear Anasek, for your heart meet too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Good night, dear Mermander. Dear Jay, you share, you've been feeling so much energy lately. And what have you been doing with that energy? I wonder. I know energy can come in many forms. I don't want to assume. And thank you, the link below, for your 11 rosas. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. Dear Crazy Eyes, you ask, how closely am I able to live all of which I speak so eloquently and so knowledgeably? It's an important question. Things that I speak but don't live, well, the words gain an authority from being practical, aren't they? I can speak on theoretical matters theoretically, but practical matters practically. And I hope to practice everything that I say, and I hope to say only that which I practice. If ever I say something that I have not experienced directly, but I'm simply inferring, I hope to say that. You know, whenever I say that that's my guess, or I have faith in something like that. In any way that I can point out, I hope to do that. Otherwise, I try to speak from a place of lived experience, and if I'm not, then that will surely come through in my words. There will clearly be a disconnect from what I live and what I think. I think the easiest criteria for discerning whether someone is speaking from a living reality or from just a theoretical understanding is that a theoretical understanding has limits. And eventually you'll get to the end of everything that you know on a subject and you just repeat yourself. But ideally, in a practical understanding, because it's a living reality, you can just keep speaking on that and keep speaking from newer and newer perspectives because it's in your experience. Just like a object that exists, an object in our experience, as long as it's in our experience, then we can directly continue to speak from various perspectives because we have the ability to move it around and engage with it and move ourselves around to see different angles. And so as long as this is directly in my experience, we'll be able to keep making observations about it. But if I only had a limited experience of it and then it left, well, now I have to look back on my memories, and my memories are only finite, for example. And so I have to base an understanding just off of a few glimpses, a few perspectives, which is inherently going to be limited. But the moment something becomes a living reality, then we're always able to add some new piece of advice or insight on it. Now, does that mean that until we walk the walk, we shouldn't talk the talk? Not necessarily. There are times in which we know what the goal is for ourselves, and we can share emphasis of the importance of that goal for others too, even if we're still long on our way to achieve that. For example, you could be a terrible person, but then wake up to the fact that, kindness is important. Even if you haven't become a full embodiment of that, then you can still speak to the importance of kindness to others around you. And the reason that is true is because there's still a realization of the value of something. And sometimes the realization of the value comes from not having it, Sometimes when we separate ourselves from something, only then we know the true value. You don't know what it's worth until you've lost it. Well, that can happen in the reverse sense too, that we recognize the value of something before having achieved it, because we know what it's like not to have it in our life. So we could be a terrible person who's unkind, and through that we know that if there is value in life, it doesn't come from being unkind, so we can still speak to the importance of kindness, even if we're still learning how to do that. The limitation comes in when we're telling people to do something that we haven't figured out how to do ourselves. That if we're telling someone that you shouldn't be like this or you shouldn't be like that, but we're not like that, when it's a Hippocratic kind of teaching. Or is that the word? Hippocratic? Am I using that in the right sense? Like if we're saying, if you're telling someone else to be a celibate, but you're not a celibate, why? Why? If we say that you should do this or that, but we don't follow those rules, what makes you special? Is that kind of way that we should practice humility. Hypocritical. Yeah, Hippocratic. That's what doctors take, the Hippocratic oath. Thank you, dear Sharissa, for your rose. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Hello, dear Master. And thank you, dear Jay, for your 20 roses. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Dear Ragnhildar, thank you for your swan. Very kind of you. Om Sum Suryaya Namaha. Billy, you share. Your 15-year-old chooses to pronounce hypotenuse hippotenus. I wonder if that's something many children choose to do. Looking back at my own experience, I would frustrate people around me by choosing to pronounce things in a way I knew was incorrect. I'd always bother my dad saying that it's the Titanic that sunk rather than Titanic. Or I'd say it's a notification rather than a notification. I say, if you know what I'm saying, then the point of speech has been successful. Thank you, dear Anna, for your GG. Om Brahmabhairvaya Namo Namaha. That's something that I'm continuously trying to remind myself with the live streams that I do here. I always reflect on how I've responded to the comments, and oftentimes I think, you know what? Even though I knew the perspective in which a person was expressing something, I chose to respond in a way that interpreted it differently. And that's a mistake that I can improve upon. One thing I try to remind myself before every live stream is that I should choose to see only the truth in people's words, because that's what they're trying to convey. They're not trying to convey what's false. There would be no point in that, you know? A person chooses to express something because it's a truth in their experience. And so it should be my duty to acknowledge that first and foremost. And that's something that I'm continuing to learn. And I apologize for the ways in which I haven't done that. Dear Tati, you ask how to stop being overly attached to the world or your partner. Oh, if you see wonderful possibilities in the world or in your partner, that's a great thing. It's good to see what's possible. But when we become attached to the possibilities, that's when we suffer. We suffer because then our idea of the world is different from the way the world is, or our idea of a partner is different from the way our partner is. What we have to do is accept the way things are and leave space for what's possible. And if what's possible comes true, even better. And if it doesn't, well, If we've already made peace with the fact that anything is possible, then that's okay. There should be no timeline. But if there are boundaries that need to be set, for example, if you're waiting for the possibility of someone respecting your boundaries, well, that's something of a different nature. That's an opportunity for you to learn the value of setting boundaries. But in general, if you find value in a possibility that exists now, then you offer space for that possibility and recognize that life is allowed to be as it is, even before that possibility manifests, if ever. And dear Master, you ask, how do I deal with feelings of insecurity and self-doubt? I really believe that there's no room for doubt. Even if what you doubt is true, even if your doubt is true, what's the point of having that doubt? Okay, suppose you're doubting your ability to be a good partner. Maybe there's truth to that. Maybe you haven't been a very good partner lately, and maybe there's room to improve on that. What is the doubt going to do? One could argue that the doubt is what allows us to be humble. But humility, when it really boils down to it, is something different from doubt. There's a way of being humble and being aware of our shortcomings without having to be doubtful of ourselves. The way in which that's possible is first to not assume at all that you are the best that you can be. And I mean that in a specific way. In another sense, you are the best that you can be, but let me choose different words, therefore. Doubt creeps in when we assume that there isn't room for improvement. If we're always aware that there is room for improvement, then there shouldn't be doubt, because you're allowed to have room for improvement. The problem is that we've assumed that we should have everything figured out and we should already be perfect in some way. Thus, under the assumption that that's the expectation, doubt arises as a kind of resistance. But if we accept that we're not meant to be perfect, and it's okay to not have things completely figured out, and there be room for more understanding, more proficiency, then instead of doubt, you have humility, and that becomes inspiration rather than weight that you carry. That's the difference. And thank you, Anazek, for the friendship necklace you sent minutes ago. Om Namah Shivaya. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for the love painting. Pair of roses and tiny yippee. I'm about 24 messages behind the present, so let me catch up. Little Holy Stone, you wonder if you could get some positivity as you broke your foot real bad today. Oh my goodness. Yes. This is a time for you to value the ability to walk, the ability to be taken places by your own body with ease. Sometimes we have to experience the lack of something to realize its importance. It's a great opportunity to do that, to recognize the importance of the ability for our feet to take us places, and you've provided the rest of us an opportunity to reflect on that preciousness too. We can be grateful for that. Thank you. But still, the value of your life has not gone down. By realizing the value of something which you don't have should not imply that the value of your life has gone down either. You are still just as capable of making a difference to this world and living a happy life, even with a broken foot. Just the way that you go about it is different, and the opportunities are changed in this moment. Remember that your body is going to have times like these where it gives you a chance to connect with it, take care of it, be aware of its vulnerability. And I'm sure that this too shall pass, and you'll be feeling in your body a lot better in no time. Lots of healing grace your way. And thank you, the Crystal Tea Room, for your love, and thank you for the Heartme and half a dozen team bracelets. Jai Sitaram. Who is this? I don't even know. That's their username. You sure that I give you mad gender envy? Ah, you never have to be envious of another person's body. Gender is something that that transcends our biological identity. Yeah. Masculinity, femininity exists within everyone. It's a beautiful thing. Being manly is one thing. Being womanly is another thing. But masculine, being feminine, that's something we all take turns with. From an ancient spiritual perspective in the East, to be masculine means to be centered. And sometimes that's the best thing you can be. And to be feminine means to be unbounded. And sometimes that's the best thing you can be. And at all times we have a flow from being centered to being boundless. And it is between that flow that we live. Teresa, you ask, how can you open that space in yourself that you have so many possibilities? Wonderful question. The secret is that the possibilities are found in your limitations. Every limitation is a possibility. For example, if you feel like you are ugly, that's a limitation. But it's also a possibility. I've phrased it as a limitation, but that same thing can be phrased differently as a possibility. Instead of saying, I feel ugly, we can say, I feel like I have the opportunity to discover more beauty in myself. Isn't that saying the same thing, just differently? The meaning of someone pointing out their ugliness just means that they have an availability to discover more beauty. Would you disagree? That every insecurity we have is an opportunity for security. The lack of something we see in ourselves is the space itself for some awareness. Whether it be your beauty or intelligence or creativity or lovability or lovingness or patience or kindness or whatever it may be, On one hand, we can look at where we are in terms of being limited, and on another, we can see that very same limitation as a possibility, as an opportunity. We've just shifted from seeing something as being empty to seeing something as being open. And one day, that spaciousness inside you turns its face and says, I am not empty, I am open. All that emptiness you felt was me, was actually openness. But you didn't like it when it's called emptiness, because that means that there's something missing. But when you know me as openness, then there is a world of possibility. And thank you for the follow earlier, dear Garden Angel Helen and Sarinam. Now I'm 40 comments away from the present moment. Okay, I have to catch up. Such beautiful words have been shared. Oh, I love that, dear Dom. Yes, I do have a cold, dear Jessica Pickle. Thank you for your warm embrace, your crystal tea room, and thank you for your quintet of roses earlier, in addition. Om Shri Mahalakshmi Namaha. Dear Lakon, and you ask, how worn out a sock needs to be for you to throw it away? That's a good question. I don't know if I've ever actually thrown away a sock. Yeah. I think I just wear them. I wear them until my mother goes, no, you're not wearing that. No, give that here. No matter how old we get, sometimes we still need a mother to tell us, no. The reason is because I'm so used to having socks that have been with me for years, since I never wear them anyway, that they last a long time. I'm almost always in bare feet. But I know these questions can be interpreted symbolically. Symbolically, we can hope to find a use for anything. If they're no longer fulfilling their original use, that's not to say that we have to throw them away. We can find a new purpose for them. We can repurpose them in some way. We can use that fabric of an old sock and make something new out of it. There's lots of creative things to do. And we can donate them. Even worn out clothes can be donated for exactly that reason. They can be used, their fibers recycled to make new things. And there was something else I wanted to add to that, but it has slipped from my mind. Maybe it'll come back. Thank you, dear Lumi, for your pumpkin spice latte. Om Shri Hanumate Namaha. Oh, thank you for listening to that, dear Teresa. Oh, the other thing I wanted to add was, if something becomes a detriment to your health, and there's no reason to continue using it anymore, at that point, it's certainly best to repurpose it. Ahimsa. Whatever causes the least harm. One balancing force of least harm is to keep a hold of our belongings so that they don't end up in landfills. That's an important force to consider. But there's also the force to consider of materialism, that we don't hoard possessions. And there's also the force to consider of possible detriment to our health. I think the balancing force, to balance all these three forces, what we do is we only get what we need, and we get a little bit more than that for comfort. It's good to live in some comfort, not just on the edge of welfare, because your happiness is an important part of what this world needs. And if you're struggling to be happy, even if you are meeting your basic needs, then some comfort is important for your mental health. And that mental health shapes the way in which you interact with others. You can give yourself some comfort in that sense. But don't depend on comfort to be happy. Know that your happiness does not come from the materialistic objects itself, the objects of our material reality. And a lot of that gets thrown out. But we should repurpose them, recycle them if we can do that beforehand, if it ever gets to that point. But if anything is ever a detriment to our health, that's when we discard it. If we can't recycle or repurpose it. Texture, you had asked a random question. What shampoo do I use for the perfect hair? You know, it's surprisingly not as random of a question here, which is very kind. I appreciate that people find beauty in my hair. But do know that I don't have a proper hair care routine, and I actually just use water. At least for the past month. Just water. Haven't used shampoo or conditioner in a month, and I think my scalp is pretty healthy at the moment. But I'll keep an eye on it just in case that changes. All bodies are different, and sometimes bodies can change over time, and we need to take care of them in different ways. Now, thank you, someone whose name is the copyright symbol, an encircled C. Thank you for your pair of roses, quartet of rosas, and a quintet of roses. Jai Sitaram. And dear Lumi, thank you. Oh, yes, thank you for that pumpkin spice latte earlier. I already thanked you, but Neon Jello Pack, thank you for the heart me. Om Namah Shivaya. Dear Crown Prince, you wonder if I've heard of the problem of evil? Of course. Yes. Probably the most debated question in philosophy, maybe next to is water wet, or should milk go in before or after the cereal? Yeah, we can talk about that in a moment, certainly. Teresa, you had asked before that you are scared of abandonment and rejection. Can it be a possibility to accept yourself more deeply? Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. And that's a great way to reframe the fear of rejection or abandonment, is that we have an opportunity to find more acceptance of ourself through ourself. Yeah. If you go within, you're only ever going to be meted by something lovable and wonderful. It's not possible for you to find anything that isn't lovable or wonderful and within. If you find anything that isn't, then you must go deeper because you haven't reached your core yet, your center. Now I say that's a very abstract thing to say, isn't it? Go within. For all intent and purposes, there's not a bus you can take that takes you within. You can meditate. But within, in a most practical sense, means that within yourself you find something valuable. And that happens when you express yourself and something beautiful comes out. But the catch is that we've already kind of been doing that, but we've made one little mistake, and it's we've mistaken other people's acknowledgement of our beauty as an indication of our beauty. See, we're already beautiful. Whether we're expressing ourselves, whether we're expressing that beauty or not, whether we're bringing that beauty out or not, you're still beautiful. But we've assumed that that beauty, the truth of that beauty, only happens when another person can recognize that. However, if another person can recognize your beauty or not, actually has nothing to do with your beauty or your ability to express that beauty, and everything to do with their ability. If someone says you're beautiful, that doesn't say anything about you. It says that this is a person who's capable of seeing beauty within you. And that's a wonderful thing. We say thank you. Thank you for being someone who can see the beauty in me. That's what we're thanking them for. Not thanking them for affirming our beauty. That's already affirmed, whether someone does that for us or not. And if someone says that we're ugly, maybe, again, that says nothing about you. All that says is this is a person who is unable to find beauty in you. That's all. That's a possibility for them that they have yet to explore. That only says about them. If you open a can of beans and beans come out, should you be surprised that there's not pineapple in there? If you open a can of pineapples and there's pineapples inside, should we be surprised that there's pineapples inside instead of beans? If someone opens their mouth and words of beauty come out, such as, you are beautiful, then that's something within them. And if someone opens their mouth and words of ugliness comes out, such as, you are ugly, then that's something within them also. Really, we are just canvases for each other to paint. And if another person isn't painting in beauty within you, that's their problem. They haven't recognized the value of finding beauty in you or others. I've been using the example of beauty, but we can generalize that. This question came from one of abandonment. But instead of beauty, in such a case, it would be acceptance. So too, if someone finds something acceptable about you, that only speaks to the nature of their ability to accept you. And if another person rejects you, that only speaks to their inability to accept you. Therefore, for your own self, you should understand that your nature is independent from another person's understanding of you. So whenever there is an insecurity of any kind that speaks to the possibility of withdrawing that identification from something that other people are reflecting, either well or not, to something that we have faith is already inside and that we get to express because we choose to do so, regardless of if another person is able to recognize where it comes from or not. Yes, dear Vicky Moon, this body does have a cold. And thank you, dear Starlight Wow, for the flowers you had sent earlier. Radhe, Radhe. And dear John Simon, thank you for the heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dear P Flowmatics, thank you for the TikTok. Hare Krishna. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your potato in Paris, perfume and trio of roses. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Yeah, I saw that the question of the problem of evil was brought up, but if anyone still wants to talk about it, you let me know. Thank you, Neon Jello Pack, for your trio of corgis. Om Dum Dargai Namaha. It's very cute. If people don't want to talk about the problem of evil, that's okay. It can be a depressing subject. But if you're patient with me, I hope to bring the problem into one that is not depressing. It's all a matter of perspective, of course. But please allow me to attend to the call of my nose, which is saying, please evacuate its contents. Okay. The problem of evil, for those that don't know, so we can include everyone, is simply the problem of why evil exists. It can come in many different forms, but the most general one is a theistic interpretation. If God exists, why is there evil? That's the problem of evil. The way I reconcile it is by really diving deep into the definitions of these words. In other words, what do we really mean? What, in our experience, brings us to say this? In our experience, there's suffering and a narrative from some people that there's a force that's here to bring the end of suffering we call God. So there's a conflict in our experience. On one hand, there's a narrative that we've been given that there is this being that's all-knowing, all-loving, and all-powerful. And yet there's things in our experience that appear to contradict such an existence. If there is such a being that is aware of the suffering, can do something about it, and should do something about it, then why isn't there something being done about that? That's the problem of evil. So, before we can dive into that, why don't we first understand why there is a belief that there is such a being? because that is an assumption that we're inherently making. If there isn't such a being, then there's no problem, is there? We just kind of have to figure it out for ourselves. But the problem comes in trying to reconcile these assumptions at the same time. So why do we assume that there is such a being? Well, allow me to kind of reframe the question of why we believe in such a being, and instead put it as a matter of definition. That the definition of a source implies that it has all-knowingness, all-lovingness, and all-powerfulness. Because we use the words so frequently, we often forget that these words have an essential definition which can be interpreted in many different ways. Simply put, let's say God means a source of everything in the most general sense. And people can specialize on that definition and add qualities to that and what that means. But we'll just assume that the word God, in the most general sense, means a source of all things. So why should that definition imply omniscience, omnibenevolence, and omnipotence? Well, the omnipotence, I think, is perhaps an easy start. Whatever is capable of manifesting the whole universe clearly is capable of doing anything less than that. If you can create an entire universe, what's stopping you from, I don't know, inspiring a little more kindness in people's hearts? That seems like peas and carrots, right? So the definition of God as being that which everything has come from means that that source should be capable of making little changes in that everythingness, shouldn't there? If anything has that power, it is the source. Okay, so omnipotence is seemingly implied. But what about omniscience? And I think that's where the scientists would then leave the room. You know, they're all for a singularity, something that's capable of producing universe. But as soon as you give that singularity a sense of knowingness, well, now we're anthropomorphizing. Because nature may be capable of creating a universe, but is nature capable of having a sense of knowingness? And so it no longer becomes a scientific question at that point. But that's fine, we can continue philosophically, spiritually. The reason that omniscience inherently follows from the definition of a source of everything is pantheism. We have to first understand that that source must not be separate from all things, and therefore is all things, and must have an inherent knowingness of its constituent parts. Now, it doesn't have to have a cognitive kind of knowingness where it's constantly thinking, but in general, if something is everything, then as everything, there is an inherent understanding of itself. So to understand why the source is considered as seen as omniscient, we have to understand the source not from a dualistic lens of being anything separate. The problem is in our words. We refer to source as something long ago, and now what's here is something different. But what is could only ever just be a rearrangement of what's before. if a source were to create anything, where could it come from, if not something that already is? And we're defining the source as that which comes before what is. And this inherently implies that all of this is just some kind of expression of the source. It is the source, but not all at once, you see. It's not that I can pick up this toilet paper and within the toilet paper is the ability to create the universe. It's something that exists everywhere. So that's where the omniscience comes from. The omniscience comes from the omnipresence. And that's the fourth omni thing, but one that wasn't involved in our dilemma. And perhaps that's why our dilemma seems to be so hard to wrap our head around, is because we've assumed a source which is omnibenevolent, omniscient, and omnipotent, but we forgot perhaps the most important ingredient, the omnipresence, that it pervades everything. That will be our bridge into understanding the problem of evil, as we've already done, but we can take it further. And I like that, Solaris. See, we assume that God is something separate from the universe. We've already seen how that's a problem in trying to reconcile why it would have knowledge of everything then. But another problem that introduces is the idea that God is separate from evil too. And it sounds like sacrilege to even begin to try to unify God and evil. But truly, it is our answer to understanding it. When we say that God is not separate from evil, this solves our problem, but it introduces some others. For example, how does it solve our problem in such a way that doesn't make God into an evil being? And how does it solve it in such a way that doesn't make evil into something that invalidates people's suffering? And many of you are very quick, and you're already coming to the right conclusions. Well, right in the sense of where I was going with this, but I will take it slower for everyone else, that so we all can catch up at the right speed. The way in which God is everything is not in a way that makes anyone into having a God complex. When we say that we are God, it's not to say that there isn't parts of God that are bigger than us. It's the first understanding. It can be seemingly contradictory to religious teachings to say that you are God. But there's a way of understanding it that actually empowers the teachings. It's in the same way, the way that we've been describing so far, that God is within everything. Within everything implies is everything also, just not all at once. So if God is within you and everything, then God's within every part of you. God is inside your cells, in your personality, in your laughter, in your tears, in your pain, in your anger, in your talent. It's all just the divinity arranged itself in many ways. This can already begin to help alleviate the problem of evil by understanding that God is the one that suffers with us. Just because God may be understood as a perfect being, that doesn't necessarily mean that a perfect being is incapable of suffering. God is also the one that suffers under the hands of injustice, and the one that has the capacity to do something about the justice. So finally, what is the capacity for some divinity to do something about that justice? We are that capacity. If there is going to be goodness brought forth into the world, that's our job. That's literally the point. Why did God create humanity? So that we can experience goodness. How do we experience goodness? By being caretakers of that ourselves. Okay, so we've covered some points, but not all of them yet. So God may be the one that is suffering with us, and we are the ones responsible to put an end to that suffering. But why then is there suffering still? We still haven't answered that question. Finally, the resolution to that comes in two parts. First, by bridging it to the understanding that God is the one that's suffering with us, and therefore as us, we are that part of God which is suffering, and therefore not affected by the suffering at the highest level. That the suffering that occurs to us cannot change us, because that part of us which is changeless, that is God, is the one which is experiencing the suffering. So, no matter what suffering exists in the world, no matter how tragic it is, it doesn't truly affect the being which is experiencing that suffering. That's the first part. But the second part, why is there suffering? So that we may have a duty to fulfill, and our duty is to make this world one with less suffering. And that is a paradox. I won't say to anyone that there's a consistent answer to the problem of evil. There's a way to understand it where you make peace with it, but at its heart is genuinely a paradox. And that paradox isn't meant to be resolved, but there's a way of understanding its beauty. The paradox is that suffering doesn't truly affect anyone, yet it exists for the purpose that we try to eliminate it. Simultaneously, it is true that no suffering ever actually touches your soul that is the parcel of God. And we should be inspired to make the world a better place, one without suffering. And this, if you follow this perspective, can be a way of approaching the problem of evil that respects the reality of our duty to make the world one with less suffering, without invalidating anyone's experience, giving us meaning, and reconciling where God comes in. And that's just one approach. And I love the way you immortalize that, dear Crown Prince. That God is our sense of empathy. Yes, Yes. Tadastu. I'm so happy you said that. Wherever there is empathy, there is God. So ironically, even for those who say there can't be a God when there's so much suffering, that is God as their empathy. The part of them that says, to hell with religion, let's serve the people who are in trouble. That's God. And that's the beautiful irony. God is the one in the heart of all those people that wishes to serve them. And that God is so humble that it doesn't even wish to be recognized as God, but simply as the part which wants to serve others. Because that is the purpose, the highest purpose. To fulfill that duty is divine. Now thanks to dear copyright symbol for the trio of perfume and finger heart that you had sent earlier too. Om Namah Shivaya. And dear Mahina, thank you for your dozen roses. Radhe or Radhe. And dear Anazek, thank you for your finger heart. Om Namah Shivaya. And dear John Simon, thank you for your finger heart too. Om Brahm Bhairavaya Namo Namaha. Essentially, there's two sides to the problem of evil. And both sides have to come together to form a whole. One side is saying you should never forsake your faith in God. And another side is saying you should never forsake the service that we should be doing to help those who are suffering. The problem seems to be an irresolvable conflict. Because you have to embrace one side and forsake the other, or vice versa. But truly, if you really want to be a devotee of God, then you have to serve others. Because to serve others is to simultaneously bring purpose to the divinity in you and empower the divinity in them, in those around you. And for those that truly want to be of service to the help and to those that we need to help, we must recognize that that comes from our divinity and is inspired by their divinity. Otherwise, what ends up happening is those who are of help get drained out and begin to suffer too. Because if we don't recognize that the service is coming from the purpose of God and being inspired to empower the divinity of God, then we feel like in our bodies and minds and our limited identities that we're the ones that have to carry the weight of the world, and that the world have all these problems and they're not going to solve themselves, and therefore we can't be happy until someone fixes it, and that has to be us. Oh bother. But to recognize that your service comes from the divine to the divine, then you no longer suffer yourself while serving others. It no longer becomes your weight to carry. It no longer inflates one's ego or pride, and the joy of being an instrument of the divine is realized. If there is a greater point to even this, it's simply to find a way such that all perspectives can coexist in harmony. That there's enough room for different perspectives. In fact, there's so much room that there's always a way to appreciate multiple perspectives as coming from an even higher unified perspective. And that is kind of like the tree of life. The source is one, which I draw way above my head. From that one, there becomes many. As many divisions happen, many branches of the tree of life become formed. And if you live according to any one of these branches, it seems like you're competing for space with the other branches. That there is inherently not enough room for one branch to occupy the whole. But the reason there is so many branches, so many perspectives, is because we all come from one place that has divided, you could say, into many, since that unified source is so infinite that it has so many different ways of being expressed. It could never be expressed in just one way. To fill the space does not mean to take any perspective and make that your whole worldview, but to make each perspective so small that you have room for all the rest. And in that you see the whole that you are a part of, along with everyone else. I like your mathematical or computer science eye, dear sheepdog. Yes. Just a really, really big binary search tree. Now, thanks to dear Kev, who sent a septet of roses. Om Shri Hanumate Namaha. And dear Davas, or Devas, you can tell me if I can pronounce your name in a way that's most suitable. Thank you for your heart, me. Om Namah Shivaya. Dear Ryan, you ask if I ascribe to any particular theology. I am one that hopes to find the truth within any ology. Whatever your view of the divine, there is a way of that making sense. And if someone else makes sense of it in a different way, there is a way of making sense to both of those things simultaneously. For example, some people believe that God doesn't exist. Other people believe that God does exist. The people that don't believe that God exists are right in the sense that God does not exist as anything in particular. That there's nothing in existence that we can pick up and say, this is God. But the other people are right too in the sense that God exists outside of existence, as something that isn't anything in particular that exists along with us. But then of those people, some say that God exists only separately from the universe, and other people say that God exists only as the universe. Well, the part of God that is the universe certainly is, and the part of God that is beyond the universe also certainly is. For any perspective, you can say it's both, yet neither both, nor neither. And we can validate all of each other's perspectives. Each perspective simply has a use, depending on the circumstance. When we want to remain humble, we refer to the part of the divine that's bigger than ourselves. When we want to empower ourselves, we refer to the divinity which we are. It all depends on what the need is for a perspective. It's good to have a big toolkit. Each perspective is like a tool. Some tools you hardly ever use, but it's good to have them there, just in case, you know? Dear Nick, you wonder if there is a concept of the devil in Hinduism? That's an interesting question. Well, Hinduism is a very diverse set of cultural, spiritual, and geographically dependent traditions, but often has a coexistence such that it's grouped under the same umbrella. In general, there is not an equivalent of some personification of evil in the various Hindu diasporas, particularly because the concept of evil is very different in the East. Instead of seeing something as evil in the East, there is room to look at it from a perspective that isn't fear-based, for example, which can happen when you personify evil as something separate. There are personifications of death, but death is seen as a part of life in the East, especially in Eastern tradition. So the personification of death is not seen as a demon, but as a form of the divine. Just as the divine brings life, also it brings death. It all comes from the divine. There's nothing separate from the divine guiding this universe. And there are innate limitations in the human being, like greed and desire and hoarding and power seeking, etc. But instead of seeing that as an enemy which exists outside of us, personified, it's a part of ourself, and it's also part of our destiny to overcome. That we've been gifted, actually, these things to overcome, so that we have something to overcome. That we are born with challenges that come our way as a part of our destiny. That's all part of our karma, our actions. So although there are personifications of things that we might deem as evil in the West, the personifications are not considered enemies, but inner realities that we all have to work through. Broadly speaking, again, it's very nuanced, but I believe that suffices for most contexts. Thank you, dear Renvox, for your friendship necklace. Om Kham Jakhnavyai Namaha. And as we continue to go further into the modern age, the division in terms of Western and Eastern spirituality is certainly becoming blurred, which is certainly a good thing. As you don't have to be on one hemisphere of the planet to practice any of these perspectives. Dear Oreo, you ask, what am I supposed to be? Nothing in particular, but hopefully a servant to you. And if you feel like that's not true, then I'm sorry. And I ask, how can I make that be more true? Dear Teresa, you ask, how can you allow God within you to be more present than hate you feel sometimes towards yourself? Remember that we always have good intentions, but the way which we express those intentions can be misguided. God exists as the good intention in everything. You just have to look deep enough to find it. Self-hate is not a good intention. It's not a good expression of a good intention. But it does come from a deeper place that is good. And if you recognize that deeper place, you can never hate yourself again. It comes from a place of wanting to be better, doesn't it? You say you hate a part of yourself, but really you mean that you want something different because you see what's possible for yourself. Maybe it comes from a history of regretting some action. And now that you're older and wiser, you know that there's a different approach that you could have taken. But you can't now. You can't change the past. You can only change the present. In the way that you can. Actually, you love yourself. Sometimes that love appears as hate, but that's no way to really love yourself. You love yourself because you want better. You love yourself because you know what's possible. You love yourself because you know you're capable of change. And you love yourself because you know what you can do better. But that comes across as self-hate. Because you haven't accepted the fact that you're allowed to be the way you are right now. That you're allowed to have made mistakes. So you trying to love yourself already means you do love yourself. Absolutely. Well said. I have to give you some applause for that. Yeah. Even the trying to love yourself is a form of self-love. But if that self-love is already there, then why are you expressing that self-love in a way that assumes you don't already have something to love? And therein lies the contradiction. We want change for ourselves, actually, because we already love ourselves. We just don't know it. Self-denial, self-critique, self-conscious behavior arises from self-love that has yet to be understood. Because if you truly didn't love yourself, then you'd give up on yourself. And if you truly gave up on yourself, you wouldn't care anymore. You'd continue to live in your old ways and not have any desire to change. So really, the fact that there is some resistance is a sign of self-love. Sometimes we're hard on the people we love because we know what's possible for them. But you don't have to be hard on yourself to change. And you don't have to change according to any timeline that you expect of yourself. The process of living is already underway. You are fully alive now as you'll ever be. The difference is, are you going to make amends? Is already underway. You are fully alive now as you'll ever be. The difference is, are you going to make amends? Accept yourself implies that you're on a path. And the path forward can only ever accommodate you where you are now. If you accept where you are now, if you want to be at the top of the staircase, but you're at the bottom, the only way to ever get to the top is to first accept that you're at the bottom. Otherwise, you won't know that the next step is before you now. So whatever change you see possible for yourself, it must come from a place of self-acceptance. To be the most efficient personal growth. That's the paradox. That personal development requires personal acceptance. Which simultaneously implies that true self-acceptance means to accept as well that there are many things to improve. Self-acceptance doesn't mean that's it, got nothing left to improve. Nor does self-development imply I've got nothing to accept about myself. They have to come hand in hand. Thank you, Fiddly Fig, for your rose. Om Som Somaya Namaha. And thank you, Strawberry Star Bunny, for your donut. Radhe Radhe. Thank you for your nonet of roses, dear Anna. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And dear Ragnhildar, thank you for your trio of roses. Dear Kamuk Niti, if I can pronounce your name better, please let me know too. You wonder what mantra I find helpful. You've been a lot more gracious and focused on acceptance lately. I'm really happy to hear that. Any mantra can be helpful if you allow yourself to be helped by it. At the same time, no mantra is going to be helpful if you don't allow yourself to be helped by it. So you have to really empower your own ability to be receptive to any healing grace that comes from a mantra. And you can do that with any mantra. The power of the universe is equally invested in all the names of the divine from all the cultures and traditions around the world. It's just a matter of your own receptivity. Dissolve yourself in the sounds. Really become the best chanter of that mantra that you could be. Imagine that it's your lifelong goal to become the most intimate with this mantra. Make it personal. Become familiar with each change in the muscles of your tongue as you move to form it in your mouth. Imagine each movement as a metaphorical representation of the power invested in that mantra. As your breath goes out, imagine releasing all of your tension. As you breathe in, imagine accepting the moment. As you open your mouth, make yourself available. As you close your lips, become still. Listen to each variation. Become an instrument for the mantra itself, and you will experience your life change around it. The power of a mantra comes from your receptivity, and your receptivity deepens the more you immerse yourself in it. That is to say, you have to make it a highly conscious process. In the same way that prayers become insufficient when you're thinking about something else and it's just a mechanical process. When you're doing it in a holy place, just because you feel like you have to, yes, oh Lord, please do this and that. Well, where is the connection that's going to make yourself receptive to that grace? It has to be a conscious process. You have to set practically everything else aside and give yourself fully into the repetition of that prayer or mantra. It must be conscious and effortful. Effortful is a great word, dear Kamuk. Yeah. Instead of trying to do it with less and less energy, to make it easier, trying to do it faster and faster, slow down. Really enunciate each part. It doesn't matter how frequently you do it. It matters how much you give yourself to it. Being mindful, that's another great adjective. Dalkinten. Having a devoted heart, shares Pink Ladder Lady. You all are so wise. Thank you. Good night, dear Teresa. I am thinking about bringing this live stream to a close over the next half an hour, 40 minutes or so, just to let you all know. I wanted to send thanks to dear Amy, who sent a rose and a heart me. Om Namah Shivaya. And dear Lala Michelle, thank you for your quartet of roses. Radhe Radhe. And dear Benjamin Christensen, thank you for your heart me. Dear Kamuk, you ask, would I say that the difference between prayer and mantra recitation is just that we assign meaning? I see prayer as something simply more general. All mantras are a form of prayer. But you can do prayer without doing a mantra, but you really can't do any mantra without having a prayerful sentiment, as it is a form of prayer. A form of prayer that would not include a mantra, for example, is listening. Prayer can be entirely silent. Just a kind of prayerful, spacious moment you take for yourself. And just bring your mind to something divine. Whereas the prayer that involves mantras, going to exercise some repetition. I like that you point out that there's two sides of prayer. There's the listening, and then there's the giving. There's the receiving, and there's the giving. Whiskey Beads, you ask an interesting question. What is the meaning of marriage? Marriage is a metaphor. In this universe, there are two forces at work, the masculine and the feminine. The goal of spiritual life is to bring these forces in balance. Marriage is a ceremony we do to symbolize that. But when I say masculine and feminine, I don't want anyone to think male and female. Even between people of the same sex, what is being married is the masculine and feminine. And also, when I say that, I don't mean to imply that one of them is masculine and one is feminine. We all have both, and we marry each other's equally in such a ceremony. The masculine principle states that I am here to empower you. And the feminine principle states, I am here to give you purpose. So marriage is a ceremony in which we honor that life cannot exist without giving purpose to the one who empowers and empowering the one that gives purpose. And that's the nature of the masculine and feminine. As the empowerer and the one that gives purpose. And higher than that is an inner marriage that we can make in ourselves. And that inner marriage does not have to include anyone else. That's where the twin flames come in. You've heard of the twin flames. That refers to the inner marriage. And just as metaphorically, we can represent the principle of marrying these two forces within us externally, we can metaphorically call another person our twin flame. But the truth is that we all have both twin flames inside us, and these are the force of consciousness and energy. Consciousness being what you are, energy being what you experience. To marry our twin flame means to bring our consciousness in harmony with our energy, our masculinity in harmony with our femininity. That means that we're not running away from the world, trying to escape into our consciousness, nor are we living entirely in the world ignorant of our consciousness, that we see both our consciousness and the world, the energy, as necessary for living a fulfilling life. This all speaks to the symbolism of marriage. And Nick, you ask, why in Yin-Yang evil coexists with good? And is there something similar in Hinduism? Taoism is where we get the idea of Yin-Yang, and there's a lot of similarity between Hinduism and Taoism for sure. The Yin and Yang equivalent in Hinduism is, funny enough, exactly what we're talking about now. The masculine and the feminine forces. This is known as Purusha and Prakriti. I can't remember which is Yin and which is Yang, but I do know that Prakriti is the material nature, and that includes all the limitations we often associate with evil. And Purusha is the divinity or the consciousness, and that includes everything we associate with goodness. We need both in order to live. Well, to live well, at least. A world without Prakriti is a world without a world. Prakriti as Mother Nature, as the feminine, is the substance of the universe. All the atoms and particles, cells, bodies, planets, stars, moons, galaxies. Without all that, if we just had consciousness, there'd be nothing new. There'd be no story. And there's certainly meaning in having a story and an evolution of things to experience. The evolution is the feminine principle, the Prakriti, the Yin. She is called as dark, she is called as evil, she is called as illusory. We associate so many negative words with the feminine for the very purpose of inspiring the complementary, the Yang, the consciousness, the divinity, the masculine principle. And you could imagine that if there was just a universe but no consciousness, there'd be no one there to experience anything. Just autonomous, robotic, mechanical happenings, but no one there to be seeing any of that, hearing any of that, smelling, tasting, feeling, thinking, loving, dreaming, etc. So we need both something to experience and something doing the experiencing. We need an experienced and an experiencer. The experienced is the feminine principle. The energy, the universe, the stuff, the story, the evolution, the limitations. The experiencer is the consciousness, the soul, the spirit, the witnesser, the stillness. And when they come together, the universe is born as we know it. Faithful being, you ask, what's Prakriti and Purusha to Shiva and Shakti? Shiva is the Purusha and Shakti is the Prakriti. Good question. As Tattvamasi answered too. Now before we go, there are two things I'd like to do with you all. I'd like to ask you all my question of the day, and then I'd end with a guided meditation. My question of the day today is, what would you give up to always be in peace? What's the biggest thing in your life you think you could part from if it meant eternal peace? And there's no right answer that I'm looking for. While you think of that, there were 2 questions asked before I reveal the question of the day, and I'll just rapid fire answer them so that I simultaneously answer you as well as open the space for our answerers for the question of the day. Pink Ladder Lady, you ask, what do I think is the counterpart to desire? Counterpart to desire is, instead of an urge for something to change, an acceptance. If you are fully accepting, where is there room for desire? And if you are fully desiring something, what acceptance do you have? They are complementary in this way, but there's room for both acceptance and desire, I will say that. And Shabaudi, you ask, does everything eventually turn all right in the end? Of course. That's why we live. We live for the purpose of making things better. That is what compels life into action. Alright, now on to some answers to the question of the day. Dear Zoe, you share you would give up fear to always be in peace. I was hoping there'd be some creative answers like this. You would give up smoking to always be in peace, shares I love yourself. I'm happy to hear that. You can relate with that, dear Talon. Just perhaps a different kind of smoking. Speaking of which, that'll be what your life consists of if you don't give it up. Just a lot of coughing. You would give up everything, shares Crazy Eyes. Wow. You would give up love, shares Dia. Well, how can there be peace without love? I would like to know. Dear Shabadi, you share your desire to be great, something that you would give up. How beautifully articulated. Dear Veda, you ask if I can explain to you the concept of Tao. Well, according to the Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. If I can put it into words, then it must not be that ineffable, supreme truth that goes by the name of Tao. But ironically, that tells you everything you need to know about it. If you know it's something that cannot be spoken of, ask yourself, what in your experience holds such a criteria? What in your experience could never truly be expressed in any complete sense? That is the Tao. Now, dear Anna, you would give up writing to always be in peace. You would give up writing to always be in peace. Well, I'm not going to question anyone's answer, but I do hope that at the same time we are not invalidating writing and love and other things that have been said that would be given up for the purpose of peace. They also have a purpose, but I'm only curious. I did set myself up for this nuance, phrasing this question like this. You would give up illness, shares Faithful Being. In Veda, you ask, what will happen to you after you die? Well, your name is the place where you get to go find that out. Veda means truth in Sanskrit. It means knowledge. It's actually where we ultimately get the word wit. The term Veda, the schwa at the end became dropped at some point, became Ved. And like many words that end in a voiced consonant, that voicing gets dropped over time, it became Ved. Then with the great vowel shift, the A became I, and it became wit. And at some point we lost the extra aspiration of the original V. It became wa as well. Wit used to mean knowledge. Nowadays we primarily reserve it just for comedic knowledge. We say someone has a lot of wit, it means they're clever in the ways of comedy. But it used to mean something more general, like Veda does. The Vedas are also the name of humanity's earliest revelations. And in such revelations, it says that after you die, this is in the Vedas themselves. It became even more abstracted into reincarnation, but the original words of the Vedas went like this. When you die on the funeral pyre, your ashes will go into the sky and become nucleation points for clouds to form. Those clouds will rain down along with your ash and will fertilize the soil around the world. That soil will give rise to plants. Those plants will be eaten by animals, and that nutrient will be converted into sperm and ova in order to create the next generation of people. Then you will be born from that seed and egg. That's the oldest conception of reincarnation coming from the Vedas. Now, some other answers to our question of the day. Actually, Anna, you had asked, what if you do not desire and you do not really accept neither? Then you have yet to discover the different parts of you which are harboring desires and acceptance, but when mixed as one, there appears to be the lack of either. In the same way that if you mix black and white together, it looks like gray, but if you are very careful in separating the constituents, you will find that all of that is made up of distinct elements. So too, you cannot be in a state of desire nor acceptance. You can be in a state where part of you desires one thing and another part of you accepts another, or maybe different parts of you accept and desire the same thing in different ways. But we are not a whole that can be separate from desire or acceptance. We are made up of constituent parts that each have their own acceptance and desire. Now, Bubbles, back to the question of the day. You share that you would give up justification to always be in peace. I love that. Dear Kev, you share you'd give up hate. Hypergen, you'd give up grid life. You'd give up the great and terrible Oz, shares Kev. You'd sell him out. The guy behind the curtain. Yes. Dear Solaris, you share you'd give up the limitations of the teachings of those who raised you, because you still catch yourself in them. Yes. Though I wish to be careful with our word choice. If you feel limited by anything, it's not a teaching. It's dogma. Right? There's a difference between a teaching and dogma. Teachings are that which expand your sense of self. Dogma is that which limits your sense of self. Let's not use the word teachings to describe something that does not expand our sense of self. Yeah, there are many ways of spelling Tao. Some people do it with a voiced dental, da. Some people do it with a voiceless dental. But the truth is, the way of pronunciation is something in between. It's not quite voiceless and it's not quite voiced. Tao. Tao. It's in between a T and a D. The problem is that in English, we don't have a letter that's in between. So you have to choose if you're going to use the alphabet that English also uses. Tatvamasi, you share that you don't think you have to give up anything. Peace isn't gained, but realized. I love that. Thank you for the follow, dear Ishta. What a beautiful sentiment, dear Sovereign Sycophant. If there was only peace, there would be no peace. Dalkinton, you also similarly challenge the premise. Is always being in peace not a fool's errand? Dear G to Infinity, you share, you give up expectations to maintain your inner peace. I love that. There's so many different ways of approaching our question of the day. Dear Myrna, you share, you would give up finding answers. I love that. Veda, you ask, is there some kind of God or cosmic entity that, if you pray and plead, will make your life better? No. Because the point of prayer is not to make your life easier, but actually to make your life harder. If you pray for wisdom, how do you get wisdom? It's not like you're going to wake up one day and be more wise. The only way of gaining wisdom is by solving a problem. The only way to solve a problem is to have a problem to solve. So if you pray for wisdom, the Lord will give you problems. If you pray for strength, you're not going to wake up one day stronger. The only way to gain strength is to bear weight. The only way to bear weight is for there to be something to carry. So if you pray for strength, the Lord will give you something to carry. If you pray for more patience, you're not going to wake up more patient. The only way to become more patient is to have some annoyance in your life to wait out. And as you practice waiting out some annoyance, you will have gained in patience. So if you pray for patience, the Lord will give you something to annoy you. See, the thing is, we don't actually want an easier life. What we want is virtue. And prayer does not give us virtue. It gives us something for us to exercise virtue towards. Therefore, we begin to cultivate that. What we want is happiness. Happiness does not come from an easy life. And the universe, the divine, knows that. Happiness comes from being able to serve others. And that includes your body too, because you can't serve others without having a body capable of serving. Being able to put a smile on another's face is the true way to make a smile on yours. Therefore, we pray not for our life to be free of challenges, but actually for the purpose of gaining challenges too. so that those challenges inspire more service in us, as the purpose of those challenges is to make us more patient, more kind, stronger, wise, because all of those things have purpose in service. And I love that, dear Sovereign Psychophant. One must love and lose to realize the value of peace. You would give up your hate, shares Tolkien. Back to the question of the day. Dear Gamma Gemma Gamma, you share, you don't feel very peaceful right now. It feels like you would need to give up a lot to have peace. It may feel a lot only when the things that we have to give up, we have made our whole lives to revolve around. But if we explore some of these answers, like giving up hate and expectations, are these really big things? Are really small parts of ourselves that we've just made into a bigger monster than in actuality? You would give up problems, shares Chris. At least you would give up coffee. Kyle, you would give up your expectations of the future. Faithful being, you'd give up ambition maybe. But what is peace? In turn, the pursuit of meaning. Beautifully said. And Aldo, you ask, do I think peace can be quote-unquote attained without letting go of attachment to suffering? You have already attained peace. This is the biggest secret. And there will always be suffering in one form or another, because there is always something to continue to pursue. But peace comes not from the attainment of anything, but from the ability to find value in the process of life itself that you find yourself in already. And in that process there is suffering, and in that process there is healing, all at the same time. If you can allow yourself to be a part of that process, there is no suffering to let go of, nor peace to attain that isn't already. I agree, dear Anna. There is so much wisdom in this group. I'm so grateful for that. Thank you, everyone. And thank you for sharing the live, dear Jessica. Mahina, you would give up worrying about the future and enjoy being in the present. And Anna, you wish for me to please remind you where we can find these lives recorded. Yes, all of them are recorded and uploaded on my YouTube channel. TikTok records all live streams and gives the opportunity to the creators to decide what you can do with them. You can't find them on TikTok. Currently, TikTok does not support posting of the live streams as other platforms do. So I take them and I put them on YouTube, and you can find them all there. The name of the YouTube is Yamsox, just like my username here, but with a space and the word lives, Lives, and that's also just linked in the link tree in my bio. Thank you, Anna Pose, for your heart me. Om Namah Shivaya. And loving vegans we are, thank you for your finger heart. Jaya Satchit Anandam. Dansuela, you'd give up being comfortable to always be in peace. Such wise words. Anything but the coffee, shares Sovereign Psychophant. Not the coffee, shares Tolkien too. Damien, you bring a great perspective too, that not giving up might bring more peace through practice. Indeed. And that's right, dear Dia. I am from Canada. Liz, you would give up almost everything except your dog and music. And deeply, you would give up interacting with toxic family members no matter how hard. Thank you, dear Mirna. Namaskaram. Thank you, everyone, for exploring this question of the day with me. Actually, the reason I asked this was to trick you in more than one ways. First, because you don't have to necessarily give up anything to be peaceful. And secondly, to point out what you wouldn't give up for peace, to prove to yourself that there are parts of life which we might not call peaceful, but are still something that we feel deserve to be a part of our life. So I love everyone's answers. I hope you discover how much peace is inside you, and how much acceptance there truly is for things that can exist without the necessary label of peace. I particularly like you wouldn't give up music or your dog. It's good, and I hope you never do. Yeah. All right. Let's transition now to our Nididhyasana, which is a Sanskrit word referring to the final stage of understanding that I've structured the Sangha around for a meditation. Today I would also like to do a guided meditation to end our live stream. The reason I think it's important to do some kind of conclusion to a live stream is otherwise, you know, who knows what the next live is going to pop up and be? You might not have a time to process anything that was here, or you close your phone and go off and do whatever. I think it's important to really put into some kind of practice something that we've learned together, if anything at all. To have a good or a better guided meditation voice, I'm going to blow my nose. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, hot sauce, that'll clear the sinuses. It's beautiful, dear Aldo. The sky's always blue, even beneath the clouds. I didn't have a guided meditation planned in particular tonight, so I ask all of you, if there is something that you feel like it would be valuable to meditate on, I'd be happy to trust that we can improvise something. Maybe that's something to do with faith, maybe it's to do with the state of the world, maybe it's to do with bodily acceptance, maybe it's to do with mental health. I don't mind. I offer that to you. So is there anything in particular that you would feel valuable? Manifestation, shares Dia. Peace, shares Sovereign Psychophant. I like that. Goals. Everyone finding their true soul home. Mental health. On feeling lost, not having a direction in life. Calm, abiding, acceptance. Okay. I think we can do a guided meditation that covers all of that. So what do we have? Manifestation, peace, goals, finding our true home, mental health, feeling lost / not having a direction in life, being calm and acceptance. All right. No problem. For this meditation, I ask that you get in a position that's comfortable for you. Even if you're fidgeting with something, that's okay. I understand that all of our bodies and minds are different. And if you find the best focus and concentration while holding something in your hands or bouncing your leg up and down, that's okay. That doesn't mean you can't meditate. We'll bring ourselves to the breath. We'll take 3 conscious breaths together. As we go through this meditation, I'd love for your imagination to be engaged as much as possible. Don't feel like you have to suppress any thoughts that arise. Allow your mind to take you on offshoots and return back to the main trail as directed by my voice. I will remind you intermittently to take conscious breaths. This will be an exploration of concept. And as I say these words, I want these sounds not to be intellectual ideas, but simply as a series of vibrations which lead you from one place within yourself to another, relating in any way that you can. I may take a moment here and there to cough since this body is sick, but I'll mute myself so you don't have to hear it and you can just abide in that stillness, silence, and breathe. Let's start with peace. Even just saying a word can begin to manifest it. Peace, peace, peace. In fact, there is a peace mantra as it is known in Sanskrit. The mantra is literally Om, peace, peace, peace. The word for peace in Sanskrit is Shanti. So the mantra sounds like this. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. And you can say peace once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 1,000 times. You can add Om wherever feels right, or you can just chant Shanti, 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 or in your own native language, peace, peace, peace. Any state that you want to feel can begin to be made true simply by bringing it to mind. Peace, peace, peace. Relax, calm, serenity, loveliness, bliss, acceptance, home, understanding. Even saying these words can create a beautiful effect, not just psychologically, but somatically, physiologically. You can just feel ripples across your entire nervous system. Peace, peace, as if it was a program, a directive to deliver to each cell in your body, through each nerve. Never underestimate the value of words. Conscious breathing. Let each breath be associated with that word, feeling that you wish to manifest in yourself. Let each breath be a word for peace. Let each breath be a word for home. Let each breath carry all of those good sentiments. When you hear your own breath, think, peace, I am home. Empower your breath. Be receptive to that power. It can be difficult to feel peaceful when you feel like there's a wound that needs to heal before you can feel peaceful. But allow me to flip your script inside out, that in order to heal, you need to first become peaceful. If you're suffering from anything, just swap your belief from having to wait for it to be better in order to be peaceful, to becoming peaceful in order to become better. If you feel like you've been a victim of life circumstances, that you've been traumatized, that you're wounded, you're hurt, you're in pain, that's okay, because you never have to be any other way to be peaceful. And in fact, peace is what's going to spark healing in all of those dimensions. Similarly, you don't have to wait until you find home in order to be peaceful. Peace is the home which is always available. You've just misplaced the key. It's always there inside us. We have yet to learn how to become accessible to it. Secret is so simple that once you begin to know it, you have to laugh. And maybe that's why our childhood self is always laughing inside us, because it knows there's nothing serious about peace. True peace makes you feel giggly for no reason. True peace is something that gets you to laugh even when there doesn't appear to be anything to laugh about. You laugh because there's an inner joy, an inner bliss, an inner freedom. And those that can't recognize it, they'll ask you, why are you smiling? Why are you laughing? Why are you so peaceful? And you tell them this. No reason. Because you don't have to have a reason. That's what we can learn from our inner childhood self. Let each breath be a kind of laughter. A very quiet kind of slow laugh. You can just imagine on the inhale, ah, and the exhale, ah. So if you were to speed it up, it would be just a peaceful, silent laughter that is the breath. Imagine a baby that's just giggling because they can find joy in anything. Baby could be laughing because the ceiling looks different. And they come into a room, they look at the ceiling, it looks different, and they just go A baby laughs because there doesn't have to be any objective reason to express joy. The expression of joy is your birthright and not dependent on the circumstance. To be fair, if you were always laughing, some people would get offended, especially if they're in pain and they might not know that you're not laughing at their pain, because you're not laughing at anything. You're just expressing joy when there's a space for it. In those times, we can just laugh with our breath, silently, smoothly, deeply. Feel that joy inside and wait until there's an opening to express it. There's lots of people who are hurting in the world right now. That pain is not something to get your spirits down over. If there's ever pain just know that something can be done about it. And maybe that something is your smile. Maybe it's as simple as that. Maybe it's as simple as a nod, or a hug, or just a kind of understanding of what they're going through. And all of that is a beautiful thing to do. We can empathize with pain and find beauty in listening, in smiling, in nodding, in understanding, and having just another person that needs a hug. Sometimes it propels us into bigger action, and you should trust that you have that ability in you. The universe often protects those who take big risks for the purpose of helping others. You may notice that a person may be in a very, very challenging circumstance, yet if they're a helper, they seem to do so much better themselves in surviving the circumstance. Maybe that's grace. Maybe it just comes from being more conscious, more aware. But whatever it is, never be afraid to help others. And sometimes the help that we can offer is in setting boundaries in space. Sometimes the things that we can help with are not actually through taking on their problems, but in giving them their independence or ensuring their independence. For example, in an abusive relationship, deep breaths. It may seem like setting a boundary is to hurt them, because they feel hurt when you do set a boundary. But that pain is not from your boundary. It's from them feeling like they have to cross it. It comes from a situation that they've set themselves up for. You're not actually hurting anyone by setting boundaries. In fact, you may be hurting them by not setting boundaries, by letting someone abuse you or take advantage of you. You're letting there be an abuser in the world. You're allowing someone to take advantage of love. A noble, kind, loving thing to do is to stand up for love, to help there be one less abuser in the world. And you can't do that by taking the hits. They're not going to, by themselves, run out of steam and go, wait a second, I've done something wrong. You have to be the one that steps up and says, no, I cannot take this from you anymore. Not for you, for them. Because their life is not meant to be lived this way either. Your duty is to open up the possibilities for people around you. And you're limiting a person's possibility finding self-acceptance, by letting them depend on you for acceptance or for anything that should be generated from within, you create that possibility for them by setting that boundary, that space. And deep breaths, affirming your own power and others' well-being. But that pain in the world can also sometimes be one that we can't help with directly. Sometimes, truly, there are other things in your life that do take priority, and that's okay. I hear my phone vibrating. I just have to pause its alarm. Let's continue. Wrap up our guided meditation. Part of life is to learn how to manage priorities. That means sometimes there is going to be pain over here and pain over there, and we can only help one. That's okay. Know that the universe divides its helpers in such a way that you don't have to worry about another person's pain not being attended to when you are already attending to some other pain, whether that be in your body and mind or another. As long as you are fulfilling your responsibility of an attendant to pain, that's okay. You don't have to take it all on at once, and that's not your purpose anyway. Your purpose is to do as much as you can without sacrificing your own health. That's enough. And your ability to do so is strengthened by our own inner peace. And remember to bring your mind always to positive thoughts and feelings, to empower all the help that you're capable of. Because only from a place of that peace and prosperity can we begin to manifest the same for the world around us. And we'll end with 3 more conscious breaths. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Thank you for participating in a guided meditation. I hope it was helpful. I feel like there was something valuable in all of the topics that we said that we'd seed our guided meditation about. Thank you, loving vegans we are, for the rose. Om Namo Buddhaya. And dear Holly, Thank you for your quartet of roses too. Namah Shakti Shivaya. Much love, dear Extra Terrific. And thank you, Elderflower Wine, for your follow. Thank you, Tattvamasi, for your trio of roses. Jaya Ramana Maharshi. Dear Gina, thank you for your pair of roses. And the link below, thank you for your half a dozen rosas. Sorry, you ask if I have a podcast or recommendation. Well, if the purpose of a podcast is to fill our mind with heart-expanding stories and ideas, all we have to do is turn the radio station of our own mind to the same frequency. You know, you're walking around with something even greater than Spotify, Apple Music, and podcasts, and YouTube, and radio. All you have to do is turn your own mental frequency up. The purpose of seeing the goodness around you. And let me tell you, that's the best podcast there is. A mind that is thinking positively. Oh, how great is that? And the best part is it's unique to you, and you get to decide what topics you want to be discussed at any moment. Thank you, Nicole, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And dear Starlight Wow, thank you for your pair of tiny tinies. Yippee! And Dob Darker, thank you for your heart meme. This will be the end of our Sangha tonight. I must apologize, I was so sleepy yesterday that I went right to bed after making myself some taquitos. So I didn't upload yesterday's live stream and clips, but I'm planning on doing that again. Going to be uploaded this live to Yamsox Lives, the YouTube channel, and the meditation and the reading have their own playlists. And there's a bunch of other good stuff there, more than just an archival channel, so I hope you find value in that. Anyway, it's all for free. I don't monetize my videos either, so it's entirely meant for you. You don't have to worry about any ad breaks or anything like that. May this live stream be an offering to you, especially the divinity inside you. Asatoma sadgamaya tamasoma jyotirgamaya mrityorma mritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to light, from death to deathlessness. May there be peace in our hearts, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that compel us. And thank you, dear Anazek, for your dozen roses. Radhe, Radhe. Dear G to infinity, you share, you are humbled by my generosity. Well, it's mutual. I am humbled by the value that you put in the space that we share together. And thus it's already something which is bigger than me. Therefore, I have to find reasons of doing things not just for me, in order to truly respect the value that this space contains. So thank you for that. Hello and goodbye, dear Astrid. You sure you haven't been feeling well lately? That's okay. Sometimes we need moments like these to reflect on what truly matters, and we arise from those healed, stronger, and even more receptive to grace. Thank you, my lovely moderators, for helping keep the peace, and I bid you adieu. May you have a wonderful rest of your present moment, whether that take place in the nighttime, evening, afternoon, or morning. Thank you, Gina, for another rose. You are all like roses just by yourselves, and so thank you for the gift of you. If there's anything that I can help with outside of my live stream, my inbox is always open, so please know that I am available there. I try to go through them once a day, and usually after my live streams as well. So, anything I can help with, please reach out on Instagram, or WhatsApp, or Telegram, or email. Take care. Namaste, Namaskaram.